Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome. Hey, Bill. Hey, Redacted. Hey, Maurice and Bloodcat. Hey, ASM and Kittrell and Steven. Hey, Rod. Hey, PF Dennis. Hey, Steve. What else do we have? Dom and Malfrey. Dr. Dave and Tuxedo. How are folks? Hey, Papa Way and Marcus. Hey, Evidences. Oh, boy. Hi, Little Brett. Back on the Blackbox. Part 10, which isn't too bad. I think we've got probably a couple more parts. Maybe a few. Hey, Collie. Hey, Sergey. Hey, Maurice. If I build a mill, it would do the plate parts for my rat rig. One project begets another, of course. And what did Rod do to your config, Bill? I know you were just tagging Rod, but I thought that the way it read was funny. Hey, Skyrim. Hey, Tohos. Glad you started. I was getting really tired of looking at my coding homework. Good. We're in Rockport, Massachusetts. Day trip, just stopping in to say hello. Welcome. Hey, Laura and Sean. Hey, Timo. Maine. No, ME is Maine. Massachusetts, right? Hey, Peter. And Vinicius. Counter Potato. Okay. I did a little bit of work off camera. So, trying to make sure things kept moving. So all of the spring steel has been straightened and cut. I need to bend it still, and yeah, there's the little bendy tool. Hey, Josh, and it's Mike. And this guy. So let's go here probably. So we need to put the rest of the spring steel, the umbilical pieces for the tools. Sorry, just lamenting that final setup changes on my mill somehow killed the stop setup. That's a bummer. Hey, Admiral Adama, how did the resin come out? Mirrored, and not as well as the part that KB-TriaD sent me. So these were mirrored for some reason. I need to look at that. And a little warped, a little deformed. So just a matter of checking out settings and, you know, learning the resin quirks and stuff. But otherwise, the parts turned out pretty decent. This is the part. This is the one that KB-TriaD sent me. But if you look, it's a little different, and it's kind of hard to tell, but this one's splayed out a bit. This one's much more square. Do you fix the sagging cable chain issue? Yes. Cable chain sags much less now. So last stream, towards the end, we had trouble with the water lines in the main chain here. For one of these little supports, these little zip tie supports, was hitting on the Nema 8 stepper in the back. Was hitting there, so, and it was really pulling the chain down. Now it's not really. I mean, it's drooping just a little bit, but not to the extent it was. What I did was Chris sent me some pictures of his setup, KB-TriaD, and there was maybe we can get this view here. Yeah, there was one of these supports way over here. And that one, I think it was like right here. And when we came back to the back here, that one was catching right here, and it was forcing the water lines into a little tighter of a bend. So, hey, Iconic Fab and Baby Wolf Teeth. So looking at the pictures that Chris sent me, I counted the chains, and he puts these supports just here. Now when it comes back here, it can get all the way to the back without and still be okay. I am going to, hopefully we can get to today some cleanup wire management on the tool head. I did design a part. Let's see if I can get a view, probably with this other camera. Yeah, probably here. So I designed a part, a cover. Now, the final iteration is printing right now. Get you to not focus on the first thing in the freaking view. Let's focus on the center. Center. Can we get you to focus there? There we go. There we go. Hey, Steve. Hey, Apollo. Just popping in to say hi. Got to get my 2 hours of sleep before your 16-hour shift. Wow. Deanna, get some rest. Thanks for stopping in. So, hey, Sanity. So this was first iteration. So what I had talked about before is I kind of wanted to make a cover to kind of clean this wire up and stuff. Now I used to have this zip tied to this cable chain, but I need to remove that. Hey, Sean. So first iteration actually was very close. So that snaps underneath the cable chain there and then uses 2 screws here to hold on. And it worked out pretty well. Wraps around, keeps the wires from poking out this way too much and getting over here. And that. So what my challenge earlier was, is that I wanted to use the kind of these 4 holes for mounting, but these holes closer to the cable chain, this one here in particular, wouldn't allow me to put an actual screw in there. And then I realized that the cable chain here has a little ledge, little lip on the end, and I was able to use that to tuck this mount into that little spot and hold it in on this side, and then the 2 screws here. And that was the first iteration. And I realized, oh, these are M4 screws, not M3s. I should have looked, can you shorten it or take it from the back? No, the routing is what it is. This is going to be the best routing for the setup as it is. So I should have noticed that those were M4s and not M3s. So I went back and reprinted it with M4 fasteners instead. And that part is not in here, but it's not important. What I realized after I went to fit that is if I take a tool head, let's just put that there, and the tool head comes on, now I've got an interference point right there. The filament tension lever hits right there. So I can do one of 2 things. I can either modify the cover, or I can modify each of these with a notch. I opted to modify the cover, and that one's finishing printing right now. Could use your ledge and pins on the back with screws towards the outside. Ledge and pins from the back and screws towards the outside. Hey, Jeff. I'm not quite sure. But in any case, I have a part that I think will be finished, will be the final piece once the single screw on the top will be fine. It's just a cover. Yeah, I didn't want it to warp out, and it probably won't. 1 screw may have been fine, but whatever. I've got a new piece. It's almost being done. Almost done printing. And then if we rotate this thing around, that'll work well. So now I've got this wire, and I've got the Nema 8 wire that I want to control a little better. So I printed a little cover that's going to go over here and just screw on right there. And that's going to, I'm just going to capture that wire right there, and that'll keep it from sticking out. That'll just screw into the existing holes right there. And then the Nema 8 wire will come around and go into here and go up. So, hey Sean, it's my last day of vacation. Nice. Very cool, small coastal area. Have fun. That sounds great. Hey zombie. So, yeah, I think this will work pretty well. This is a first revision part. The other one's on third revision. Where you lock in the cable chain, you have two holes that could have pins in the plastic part to utilize the holes in the plate and a single screw mounting point on the opposite end. Yeah, I could have used just one of these for sure. It's probably stiff enough. It probably won't flex out of the way. Then the other thing we had issue with is, and I think this is my fault. This piece here, when I inserted this in, it broke. Now these particular parts weren't print oriented. Most of the parts in the files were. I made the mistake of printing it like this, and because there are some ledges inside of here that I didn't want to be overhangs. But I went in and tweaked the model and made it print on its side. And then the smaller of the overhangs, I threw some chamfers in there just to make them print a little better. But this is all just in general going to be stronger as a piece for this to snap into, assuming it snaps in. I need to put a heat set in here though. So. I lost too much sleep over that kind of situation. I have to rest myself away from to do just a bit more is strong. Yes, it is. Really learned plenty from you. Really good at relaying techniques. Thank you, Kobe. I appreciate that. Oh. Let's go here and break out the, let's pull this heat set. Do that and that. Hey Sven. Maybe start a YouTube channel. So I'm just going to use this technique where I thread in a stainless steel screw into the heat set, and then I'm just going to heat the side of it to remove that heat set and recycle it into the new part. Now I found the small bag of heat sets. They were sitting here on my workbench. So I do have extras, but I want to use as many as I can. Hey Liz, welcome. So I'll just get this in there and heat up the side of the insert. At a certain point it'll start wiggling. Just pulls out. Okay. I swore I wouldn't build a V0, then I found a 95% assembled in Facebook Marketplace for 400, so naturally it must be completely disassembled and rebuilt. Of course, I would not. I would not be able to purchase a used printer without doing that. I couldn't, years ago when I'd buy a used RC car, it basically ended up costing me more than buying the new thing. Because I would replace anything that had dirt on it. But hey Luca. Hey the Stig. Looks like quite the robust machine. Yeah, it's pretty chunky. Those 40/40 extrusions and okay, so I think that it is level that way. It's still around Iconic. I'm still planning on building the Stealth Press Zero or whatever it's called. I just haven't gotten to it. I have had the garage projects just monopolizing my time. Yesterday, cleaning out reclaimed screws from mods and bins and put it in their proper place. Yeah. I have started because I'm cleaning up the other garage and just kind of cleaning up the clutter. So I set up a bunch of bins that one of them has fasteners, one of them has wire bits, and another one has miscellaneous hardware, and another one has this and that, and yeah. Hey, REP, welcome. Hey, Red Sky. Yeah, so trying to slowly work that, get that all clean. So then this thing goes in here and see if we have a little better luck this time. So this should go straight in. There we go. No breaking. Well, I'm working, still have my Stealth Press Zero kit to build. All happens in right time. Yep. Yeah, I'm just getting diligent with the assembly, but I hate the color combo and I want the extrusion top hat. Yeah. The little V0.2 upgrade kits don't seem to be too terribly expensive. Okay. Let me see if that print is done. Let's see what so print is complete. The heated bed is it's at 80C still. Let's let it cool down a little bit more and then I'll go and grab it. In the meantime, let's bend up all these. These are already cut to length, so we just need to use this little tool to bend them up. And hopefully really get to a point where we are we're close to powering it up, or power it up. Okay, so these guys went in here. Now we spent a bunch of time last stream on different techniques for straightening this spring steel, this piano wire, or whatever you want to call it. Make those the same there, that way. And then to get a good bite on this end, I'm using a screw with a washer. I had some thoughts on how to make this a little different, but I didn't get to that with everything else. All that does is force that into the... Just take it apart and replace all the printed parts to make it your Voron. Hey, Bob. Good morning. So that's one done. It's tightened up. Everything's good there. I need to send a quick text because I have a 105-pound package coming and I need to warn my wife that it's coming. And she was out on a walk, so I couldn't do it earlier. Okay, so there's that. That's the, so my production Magneto X is on its way. So production Magneto X is on its way. I will probably be refraining from even opening that box until we're done with this build or the Tuesday stream. That'll determine on which stream we unbox that and check it out, is which one finishes first, this or the Trident. Oh, what is the wire you're messing with? Oh, sorry. This is the, I'm crooked anyway. I need to adjust this. Anyway, these umbilicals going to each tool head. That's what these are for. It's to help keep it formed and stuff. I spent the evening last night firmware flashing after the Nighthawk XP install because Beacon was not happy with firmware versions. Oh, fun. Wire on the PTFE, that's rather smart and simple implementation. Yeah, I know someone commented on not really preferring wire or this kind of steel rod going through along with wires, and I'm not sure I disagree or not, but it's probably a consideration. It does wrap around the PTFEs, so I think it kind of keeps it from rubbing in one spot maybe. But Derek, thanks for the gift of memberships. So we just did members only stream yesterday for anybody who might be new, and I made last month's public yesterday. So we covered, because I purchased a Saturn 4 Ultra resin printer because I won a gift card to the ASA-GF store at Rapid. So I used that to buy my first resin printer since I had given away a original ASA-GF Mars quite a few years ago. So I got that just to have as another tool. It's not going to get used a ton. I don't like the cleanup. It is a pain. So can't watch data too slow. Uh-oh. Well, thanks for stopping in, Pathetic Puma. Okay, and then one more of these. Those are all turning out pretty consistent. Big resin printer, time to get into miniatures. No, I don't have any time. It's really for things like this. Once I can do, get some settings dialed in, and to try out more whatever compatible, more engineering style resins that may come out or may be out there, and see what applications can be used for. But there's nothing really specific. It was really just an opportunity. The Saturn 4 seems to be pretty nice in terms of having the tilt bed, stuff like that. It's not so nice in that their wash station isn't really set up for it. The one that they sell for it doesn't really work as well as I think it should. The build plate doesn't actually fit in the wash station like the wash station that's set up for. But whatever, I can deal with that. Just kind of straighten these out a little bit. Woody, welcome. Rapid and heat shrink. Are you talking about these wires? I think it'll be fine. Oh yeah, the mini Rook. So for those that weren't here yesterday, we printed this guy. We printed a 25% scale test print Rook. The little helix inside, if you note, is there, and the text on the side, there's ASA-GF, and then Saturn 4 Ultra. But even more impressive is the text on the top. That text is readable. I took a picture. It's posted in the live stream chat on my Discord. Discord link is in the description. You can read every bit of that tiny text that's on the top there. So this is just straight out default settings. Didn't try to tune anything. Just itty bitty. But their speed claims are bogus. This was a 12.5 millimeter tall Rook, and it took about 30 minutes. I design processing prints. I despise processing prints and cleaning the printer. Cleaning the printer is a bigger problem to me. So, hey Danny. Here we go. So that is, yeah, that one's done. So that is all of those. So we're done with that little jig. How long before you drop the rook and it's lost forever? Oh, I don't know. It's on my little bins there in front of me. I don't think it'll be lost forever too easily. I need coffee. You can print like 300 mini rooks in 30 minutes. This is true. Speed for a given exposure time is completely dependent on Z height. They do sell spools of heat shrink that fit that piano wire. Oh yeah. I'm not really too worried about it though. I'm gonna go with it as it is. And get all these set up. Now what I didn't kind of figure out is how much PTFE I should have sticking out the back here. Do you have any suggestion, Poity? The rook, let's take it for a grub screw and eat it. Do you have any suggestions here, Poity? All of it? Hey Josh, thanks for gifted memberships. All of it. I've got this much. I don't know where I'm gonna do spool management. At that rook size, you could print half a chess set in one go. Yeah. How you're going to do your spool management. I have no idea how I'm doing my spool management. So maybe I'll cut these off fairly close and just do a coupler to whatever I end up wanting to do. Because it could go up to rep box. I could put this underneath the rep box in the other garage. I think stacking those Polymaker doodads. Probably for this community, but it has really changed my quality of life with my Vorons. I decided, added to my print start, a change that at home centers Z+1 and heats up the bed until the nozzle hits 40 C. There you go. I think I'm going to go about, I don't know, 100 millimeters out on those. I don't want to deal with, like I said, I don't really want to deal with those flopping around. And maybe I'll do a coupler if I need to. Hey, Radiating Solace. If this is a problem, then maybe I'll just go all the way. 150 millimeters. It's easy to measure. And I think I'll be able to get, I won't be able to get quite 2 of that length. So I think that will do, and then I can go to whatever direction. But pull this out. I can just cut 5 of these. Oh boy, dealing with this couplers. Let me see if I can get in behind here. Push the little piece down. There we go. Now we'll just pull this all the way through. So these are not quite long enough. So the shorter one will just go into the additional scraps. Oh, that's like 2.5 millimeter ID. Okay, where did I put the gobs of extras that Chris sent? It's right here. There we go. I gotta go research. PF Dennis, thanks for the gifted memberships. Let's get this out of the way a little bit. And this is my template. What's the width of those piano wires? I don't know. Where's my calipers. Here we go. .75 millimeters. It is 30 thousandths. 29, it says 29 thousandths, but I bet you it's 30 thousandths. We could go a little more accurate with the micrometer, which is saying 0.79 millimeters. And, oops. Thirty-one thousandths. 31 thousandths. Which is probably what you'd find it. Probably find it at least around here a little easier. It's really thin, yeah. Yep. Okay, so there's one piece of PTFE. And just cut a bunch the same length. Didn't mean to come up the shot now? Oh, no. No. Don't worry about that. 32, but 31 is typical. Okay. It's 3. I just need 2 more. Hey, Rick. Oh, grab something a little. There we go. Making sure I got all the same 1 millimeter wall thickness stuff. Four and 5. Some scraps for spool holders. Okay, where was the one that I was using? That's this guy. So, how do I want to, let's do that. I think that's all good, yeah. What CAD software do I use? I use Fusion 360. So yeah, this will work. So if I push this in, this hopefully is the final time. And then we want to do 3 or 4 wraps around this tubing. Want to go one more? No, I think that's all I want to do. No, I want 2 on each side. 2 wraps on each side of that loop. There we are. And then this comes down through, pull in here. There. And that sticks out there. Guess I'm late, still using CADIA. Wow. I think CADIA, the super expensive industrial CAD application. Yeah, 4 each of those. That's 1. And then these guys go into the tool heads. And there's a hole here that that's another thing I did off camera, is I drilled out those holes to make sure I could get the wire in there, the support wire in, and then there's a grub screw on the back to hold all this. So we'll make sure we're going in all the way. Make sure that make sure we'll just let gravity hold that thing down. Just like that. Fusion's a bit of a learning curve at first, but once you get familiar with it, it's an awesome tool. Get parts designed so fast with it. There we go. Using space claim. Look forward to your reports later on that. I'm really curious to know how you'll pan out. I am too. Blackbox is looking good. Thanks, Tiago. Hey, Numeric. Marcel. So then that goes on here. And let's see if we can get a view of this other part this way. So then there's a piece here that this goes down inside here, but I think we can just take this part, this screw out and put the wire down in there and then put this back in. So hold that there and then screw this guy in. Turtle crawler, welcome. And there's a little wedge shaped printed part that goes in, and once this is tightened down, we'll put some pressure on that wire from coming out. Kenneth, hey John. And then we'll do the same thing. We'll grab a piece of PTFE, shove it down into the fitting there. It doesn't go very far. Do the same wrap around twice on that side. And then, oops, that actually wrapped. Yeah, that'll be fine. Let's see if we can pull this out. There. There we go. One, I think one more. There we go. Up and into the I just kinked it, but I kinked it before it was all the way in, so it'll kind of sort itself out inside this piece. This thin wall tubing is really easy to kink, so be careful. Those are about the same length sticking out there. Doesn't look like it from the camera angle, but it's within a few millimeters. To come in a little more. Might not be cut the same length. There we go. There's two done. Hey, Barney. Hey, Obi-Wan. Hey, Duff. You were in there a couple of times, John. Derek was in there. I was in there. What size is the piano wire? What did we say? It's 31 thousandths or 0.79 millimeters ish. Is that right? Yeah. Not my first cameo. I've been on some TV shows in the past too. Yeah. Hey, John. Oops. I didn't tighten that down enough, or it didn't go in far enough. I didn't check to see how far it went in. Yeah, that should be far enough to hit the... Hey, Mad Cut. There we go. Yeah. Mad Cat, you're here. Does that mean that Grant's done? Okay. Do this. Pull this guy out. There you are. Hey, Grant. Thanks for stopping by, all the 3D Musketeers. Nice. Hey, Steve, got you in the background while I'm tearing up the kitchen floor. Fun. I've done that. Been there. The YouTube show when there's a raid. No, there might be a small. Oh, why isn't that going in? There we go. There might be some small notification, but it's not. It doesn't stick around. Not in my interface anyway. There we go. Okay, and this. Oh, gotta pull this little blue clip out. May be able to put these back in. I was having a hard time on one of them. And it doesn't go in there very far. So out. Go home the Monday after open sauce. And here. Let's do this a little higher. Here, here, and then into the PTFE fitting. Be a little more careful. Hey, Tanner. Hey, nice. Don't crimp. Don't kink. Steve Nett's channel. Okay, those are just gonna kind of do what they do. Ah, well, that's interesting. Huh. So you can just completely unwrap those even after it's through. I didn't realize that. Let's go around there. Let's see if I can get this to do it again. There we go. Zip tie time. Well, I think I'm going to put the a wrap around them. Can you make a raid to Bruno Silva's stream after your stream? He will start about your giveaway time. When your stream ends, it would be nice if everyone goes there. Yes, if it's set up, and if they've set up to allow me to do that, and if they are subscribed, I'm pretty sure I'm subscribed. We can try, but DM me a link to the stream. So Bruno is viewer who has been doing builds. They recently finished a stealth changer build, I believe. They won from my 10,000 sub celebratory 2-year anniversary stream. They won the printed parts. Is that when it was? Yeah, the printed Trident printed parts from me. Oops, shoot. Why is that? Am I just not threading that in enough? I'm not. Okay. So, yeah, I don't have a problem with that. I don't think that was just thread. Oh, I don't think the grub screw was maybe not threaded in all the way or tapped all the way. So we'll just thread it. Yeah, what is going on? hope it's cutting its own threads. There we are. Okay. It wasn't tapped all the way, so when I encountered resistance, I stopped threading it in. So that's all. Things are starting to fail since my warranty expired. Did I lose sound or we just... No, I stopped talking. We don't have music. That's what's going on. I didn't set up music. Let me get that going. Okay, there we go. That. There. There we go. Now you should have something. I actually I like having the little bit in the background. Okay. Oh, I guess they're all just going to lean that way because that's apparently the way. I wonder if I twisted these the opposite direction, if they would go lean the other way. How dare you, John? Oh, did YouTube flag it? Because I didn't see anything. Hey, Pico. Okay, last of these. I've sent you the link. Thank you. Cool. Let me check that out here in a second. Oh, let me see. Let me see. What? Where did that go? Okay, let me see if this will work. Give me a moment. I couldn't resist the hammer, especially for, well, yeah, I would too. Every episode in the last half year and hope it today it will explode. Are you talking about this printer? We'll get something going. I don't know. I'm hoping we'll power it on. I think, yeah, that'll work. There. That should work, Viney. It should be set up. Hey, Reth. Offered the extended warranty. I would be the only one that I could be interested in. Okay, so that's there. We are almost there. Hey, Reth, are you coming to Vice? Amazon showed up again. That's funny, Scott. How you doing? Hey, the GPs. Welcome. Okay, this is the last one. And then we can put the wires in. Coming to Vice, we'll be doing a toy for Phil. Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. I knew that. Yeah. Stuff can be a little bit of a pain to. There. Okay. They are, and that one decided to go off on its own. But whatever. It'll be fine. Okay, so that is done. Now I have wiring harnesses. So I made up, I crimped all of these so we don't have to do that here on stream. So, how do I want to do this? These are going to, maybe we can see it this way. Yeah, so the thick, the 20 gauge wire goes to the heater. 24 gauge goes to the thermistor, and then this kind of goes here, and then some sort of wrap is going to go here. Now, do I want to just wrap these, or do I want to do the same? Maybe what if I did the opposite twist to the, and then wrap all of this? This will be a better view. Maybe that'll work. This guy goes down through this hole here, and we'll come on. There we go. Plug in there. So let's do one of these and see how it turns out before we bother doing all of them. It goes there. So let's get some of this thinner wrap. I don't have enough to do it with this stuff. This is not, and this is probably just one size too small. I have my own stuff, where did I put it? I had got it out because I couldn't find the stuff that KB-TriaD provided last time, but I found it later. Where did I put that? I think it might be over here. Yeah. I have enough. Let's see if this stuff works. So let's seal it first. Okay. This is going to be interesting to wrap while it's curved. Do something like that. Wrap around here. That's come over here. Let's see, how much am I going to want? I'll probably end it. Oh, I might be able to end it all the way down here. If I do that, just end it in the middle of it. So I do not have enough to do all of these. I don't know if this is even intended to be wrapped. I think if Chris intended this to be wrapped, he probably would have included all the materials, but I'm gonna try it. And if this works out well, then I'll just buy some more of this stuff and get it on Amazon. Hey, the GPs. We will not be printing today, that's for sure. We will not be printing today. We are going to be continuing kind of getting all the things done, working towards printing. There's still lots of getting the dock set up, and yeah, YouTube can be weird with what it allows as far as censoring words, and I have no control or very little control over that. And it doesn't actually show me. It shows the moderators, apparently, the posts that need approved or not, but it hasn't been showing me. Yeah, firmware and tool alignment will be an entire stream. Absolutely. That's why I'm saying we probably have a few streams left in this series. What do you think on this, Poity? You have one of these. Do you think I should be wrapping it? You like the wraps? I kind of figured I think I would as well. Wrapped all my tool changers. So that's gonna go, that has to go around the PTFE tube there, back underneath. And I guess it's not gonna go in, so I don't need as much as I cut, because there's no way that's going to, there's no way that's gonna, well, I guess I could do that as well. Push that through, so that and that go away. Yeah, that'll work. Does anyone notice the string of comments appearing under some videos? It starts by someone saying they're making or something, and then there's lots of replies. I haven't had any of that YouTube spam in quite a while myself. I haven't noticed it. So that's going to tuck here. I wonder, now that I do this, I wonder if I could have fit that thinner sleeving, because I kind of want this to be as thin as possible. We'll try the next size on the other side on the next one and see what happens. So I think it'll be easier to tuck down into the various spots. It's coming through the other side. Okay, so then those tuck in there, and so I kind of want. There we go. A little bit of a twist to the whole thing. Oops, shoot. No, I think that's okay. Put this down into here. This back into here. And I think that's going to need some zip ties. Build a military only version. Should watch Cloud's latest vid. Lots of good tips for his latest printer. When was that released, Bill? It hasn't come up in my suggested videos. Oh, that's why that's not doing that, because there's that there. Okay, so that's a little strange. I think that'll be fine then. Yeah. Okay. Zip ties. Zip ties. We need copious amounts of zip ties. Where did those go? There they are. There they are. Yesterday? Oh, okay. So I think this probably needs to go right in between these just to hold the connectors over here. So I think that'll go right there, and just call that good. Not super tight. That comes down and flips around and plugs in on the bottom, but I'm not going to quite plug it in. So that's one of these. All the way out. Yeah, and you can kind of see the whole thing there. I think I'm going to like the thinner stuff better. So let's try that next, but I'm not sure. I would paracord sleeve this. The paracord isn't split. I have no desire to to paracord sleeve something that has ends on it. The paracord sleeve is not serviceable. Yeah, doesn't appeal to me. Does not appeal to me. Not at all. So that, and then I am twisting the opposite way that I twisted the PTFE. Let me check something. 4. Nope. Okay. Seeing if that was a FedEx truck. Dr. Dave, can only run about 4 small wires through paracord sleeves. Yeah. His thumbnails, this took 2 years. He does a thing on working around a Fusion font bug, and it goes into resin printing stuff. Okay. We'll check that out. Okay. FedEx man might as well be ice cream man. For as exciting as it is. that's there. Try to do about the same thing, maybe. There, and then a little bit. Yeah, I don't have enough for even 2 of these on this wire, on this sleeving. And it's time to buy some more anyway. So at least you won't have to watch me sleeve all of these today. I will sleeve the rest of them off camera once I decide which size of sleeving I want to go with. Actually, my first live stream. I've been watching the Trident 2.4 and Blackbox builds. Thanks for being here, Brent. What do you think? Will general AI happen or will we be limited? What's cooking today? Hi, Toma. We are just continuing the build on this tool changer. All the little things. And the tedious things like installing sleeving. Someone broke the like button. We should check that. Filament giveaway. That's right. We got filament giveaway in 2 hours. Polymaker filament. Links in the pin post in the description. And Bill, thanks for the gifted memberships. We do AI and the Army is baked in with full ethical panel and has to have a human interventionist. Interesting. That is a good name. I've noticed that for a while now. I'm working on AI for artillery strikes. There's a human in the loop for approval. There should be. That's good. As there should be, I should say. Whew. The angle here is not ideal for arm fatigue either. How many hours has it taken so far? Well, we're 10 streams in now. So on camera, probably 40 hours, but that's stream hours. Wouldn't take nearly as long building on your own. Yeah, I know I'm gonna like this thinner sleeving better. So. And I would just caution the chatter in chat. I don't want to trigger any YouTube algorithms. So I understand the intent of the topic is fine, but YouTube's stuff might get in the way. So see you, Timo. I have to be aware of that. So just make sure, don't even come close to words that might trigger a AI I mean, a YouTube AI strike. Stream 1 milling out bottom rails off screen. Milling out bottom rails. Oh, these guys. Yeah. Yep. So various little things that had to be done. Have you built a Prusa XL? If not, why did you go with a Blackbox? So Blackbox is a community designed device project. So I definitely like to do those. Blackbox has been on my radar, thanks to Poity here, since very early. And that's not to say that a Prusa XL would not be fun to experience and check out and do the level of building that it requires. But yeah, it's just this is what I have the opportunity to build right now. This is a whole lot more involved. Absolutely. Okay. There we go. There. Yeah, I think this this thin sleeving is nicer for getting it around there. It's a little bit more work getting on, but I think it looks better and it fits better once I got things in place. Yeah, that is good. Trying to talk myself out of going the easy way, investing in an XL. It really comes down to, and a lot of this stuff is kind of talking lately about printer as a project and printer as a tool. That doesn't mean that something like the XL can't be a project, because it very well can be, but it is more suited to immediately being a tool than something like this is. This is, you enjoy building printers and you end up with something that's very, I think the next degree of customizable and modified. You can still do a lot of that with the XL as well, but yeah. And I am not drinking nearly enough. I still have way too much coffee for this far into the stream. So that worked out pretty well. And I'm going to put a loose zip tie here just to keep these connectors that enter the chain there, or the sleeving there, under control. I'm going to put that right in between the two zip ties, and that'll help hold that in place. Two separate ARs, and one of my targets, one for location, one for corrections. Yeah. So, I mean, like I said, soon as any word comes up that could be triggered, I don't want that to happen. So, coffee make the build go better. Hey, Luke, how are you? Did you sleeve your umbilicals? And hyper focus when my coffee got cold before my cup is empty. IDEX is on the scope for the next foreign project. I hope it will be released relatively soon. Soon. I've built it for years. Sometimes it's tempting to, but the proven tool in building one. Yeah. Hey, Spectra. You did sleeve them? Yeah. Did you use the split sleeving or did you do something else? Seeing this enclosed versus XL. So there will be an enclosure for this. It's not ready. I don't think it's ready yet, but there will be an enclosure. So, and we will install it. But that's all the sleeving I have. So we're only going to sleeve those two. And I think because, I mean, we'll see where we get. We don't actually have to plug all of them in. So I'm going to leave the harnesses off for the rest too. And we're going to divert to cleaning up the tool head, I think. You use shrink sleeving? Wow. Okay, that one I like. That will work well. Probably a little bit of playing around with making sure it's all even and twisted in the right ways. Okay, so if we go here, I guess that's probably focused well enough. Okay, so like I said, I removed one of these anchors from up here, which cleared up the water cooling and cable chain stuff. Now we need to make sure that none of these wires get in the way. And at some point I had put a zip tie there just to kind of hold things in place, but now we're going to clean this up a little more. I think even if you think printers as a project, you still need at least one or two printers as tools to rely on for your builds. For sure, absolutely. And that's definitely not a black and white statement. I think it's just it kind of helps to explain to folks that are newer to the hobby and looking for what they want to get into and stuff like that. Just something I've been toying around with, that idea, that way of explaining things. Okay, so I think what I want to do is we've got this big old guy. Will this actually go up into here? I think it will. So I think I'm gonna loop this around and plug it in up underneath this cover that I made, which I'm gonna go grab. So it's done, it's printed, it's cooled down. I'm gonna go grab that real quick and I'll be right back. So let's do this. Okay, and this turned out pretty good. So I just sunk this screw in quite a bit compared to this one. That'll clear the tool head when this goes on, and this will go on there. So, yeah, that'll go on there. This other side, maybe we'll actually be better off with this view. Put this over there, maybe. Yeah, maybe we'll do something like that. And then I need some, where's that piece? So I showed you this earlier. This goes right here, and these various wires just kind of get tucked in behind that. So what size screw? That's the Legacy. I think I'll go over Bruno Silva's Stealth Changer series. What do we got going here? Still changer on my V2. I think at some point I'll probably be looking at that project closer. It is not on the immediate list just because I can't put new things on the immediate list right now. Some little 3x10, I think, use for this. Hey, the Reverend. And then this guy is going to come around. I want to get this tucked low and just come straight across here and right up into here. So let's see if I can get these two things. Maybe just like that would be good. Let's see if I can get these two things into place. So that one goes there, that one goes there. And I think that will hold those wires out of the way and in a good spot. Let's get this guy. I've built at least 7 of Legacy. That's awesome. I'm glad I don't have the bed in here yet to be able to do any of this. There's a new cover. It did. I just showed it on camera just a minute ago. A little tool changer with linear magnetic rails and Wi-Fi at each tool. So all you need is power, ground, and filament. My printer keeps coming up with requiring a network manager and I can't find it. Requiring a network manager? What firmware? What setup is it? The GPs. Also built 6 Voron 2.4, 3 modified. You are a builder. Good job. I like this little cover. It was really simple. Only took a few minutes to model. And the holes that were already here in the carriage able to be used. And that gets all those nicely out of the way. So now, let's see if I can get an angle on this, and just for that, that's the updated. Hopefully it works. There we go. So now we can come around. I think I want to try to get these plugged in underneath so let's start with the stepper, I think. So I'm gonna go under these. Or else you can have all your tools simply parked to the left or right and you just shuffle to get the one you need. Yeah, that would be cool. Look far right. Little fiddly. There we go. Goes there. It's going to go around the same path. That, and then I'm going to tuck it in, hopefully behind the stepper connector. I'll help hold it in place there. There we go. Look at that. It's kind of gets held in there all on its own now. And then the wire for the fan here could be a little longer, but I think I can make do. Rotate around again. Here we go. Take this guy and go under all of this. And I think that'll just barely reach right there. This guy's gonna instead do a little service loop inside of this, plug in right here. So that'll do like that. A little bit of a sharper bend on all of these right here. Then my cover goes on. So let me see if I have enough screws in the kit here for this. I need an M4 by 16 button head and an M4 by 10 button head. I think I have mostly socket heads, so I'm going outside the bomb for the fasteners on these, which wouldn't be my first choice. 4 by 10 and 16. I cannot buy M3 screws here. Where are you? Where are you not able to buy M3 screws? That is 18. Why do I have an M4 by 18 bin? That's 14. What in the world? I don't have M4 by 16? I don't have M4 by 16 button heads. How is that possible? 20. 18s are too long. Maybe, I think a 14 will work, just barely. Yeah, 14 is gonna have to work. It's only holding on a cover, so finding a focus spot there is challenging. So this guy is gonna go on here. Yeah, just like that. I'm not gonna cut one. I'd rather not. This guy. Oh, I'm so happy with that. I am so happy with that. Oh yeah, that's plenty for a cover. That 14 worked fine, but I am very happy with that. Yeah. Okay, so it is not perfect in that getting the cables secured is going to be a challenge. So let me pull this and this. And then it goes out and off. I grab 2 zip ties and wrap them around the whole thing first. Pull them here and out of the way, then put this on. So see there's a ledge, you see that ledge there in the cable chain end? I take advantage of that by pushing that right underneath there, using that as a secure point on this side. I am really pleased with how much this cleans this up. That is exactly what I was hoping for. take this zip tie, work it. These got twisted. There we go. Work it around into here. I should have given myself a little more room for that. Get the, here, let me see if I can get this tweaked around. Where'd that screwdriver go? There it is. What do you think, Chris? What do you think of that? Where'd the other zip tie go? Did I pull it out? Did I pull the other zip tie out? I think I did. Let's redo that. I see things I don't have. You do have. They're in the files. Okay, that goes, let's just put that right there. And put another one. Fiddly, but let's do that. Nice, thanks for the gifted memberships. Then, did you see my explanation how this locks into the end of the cable chain? It is definitely fiddly getting these zip ties in here. Okay, now, which one is which? That's that one. So this one comes. There we go. This one, now are these twisted? There we go. There and there. Did you see the other cover I did, Chris? Hi, Jose. Did you see the other cover I did? I don't know how long you've been here, so. Very nice. You don't think you did? So on the other side of the tool head here, I did that one. And then this is just a simple cover that grabs the Nema 8 and the end stop here. The video for that tiny resin printer I shared on Discord yesterday. I saw the video, I didn't watch it. But I will. Okay, and this just used existing 4 holes that are there. And now, oh, I need a lazy Susan. Now it's just a matter of, here we go. I'm gonna run a zip tie around this to just capture this Hall effect end stop wire. Oh, come on. printing now. Nice. Oh yeah, this really, getting this zip tie in here just made that a bundle instead of a bunch of hay wires. Oh yeah, that did it. That did it right there. Oh, that's where the other zip tie went. It pushed through to the other side. That works well. See you, Josh. The tiny one with a micro screen a few years ago. I'm talking about little resin printers. That is, oh, there we go. That relaxed. The fan wire was a little tight. Now it tucks up right behind the fan clip there. I have a thing for clean wiring, that's for sure. Hey Keith. Welcome. I am happy with that. That is, I venture to say, that is probably the cleanest black box tool head out there, or carriage setup out there. There's a thing for focusing on the wrong side. Well, it's, yeah, I so need to take the time to go through camera settings. Yeah, it is. And then I get full travel without anything binding up. Nothing, the chain is nowhere near that Nema 8 wire anymore. I am happy. And then if I take one of the tools here, now I'll take the one that's bundled and go here, and nothing is anywhere close to being in the way. You can probably see that there. Now I've got tons of space everywhere. Yeah, that will do. I just sanity check the tool still fits. Yep, I'm right there with you, Steve. Maybe slightly ahead. That is good. That is good. Okay, so this guy comes back over there and docks. I have some Albanese in the other garage. I couldn't resist and picked some up in my shopping trip yesterday. Okay, what is next? What is next? What is next? The bed could go on. We could finish wiring the bed. We've got most of the wiring done. We could put the bed in here. Yeah. Happy with that. More coffee. This is true. Good call. Oops. Wrong camera, but still. Yeah, this is why I was asking if there was a logo, Chris. I was gonna put the logo right here on this flat surface in front, but what you sent me isn't really, doesn't really cater to printed, the little embossed logo. Okay, coffee done. I'm gonna switch to water. Hey, Joel. No, we're not. We won't hit benchy today. I think we're on to talking about the water cooling lines and stuff, because that was the next thing. is get the water cooling lines finished. So moving this anchor further down the chain and then evenly spacing the rest of them along the rest of the chain fixed my binding issue that we saw last time. I did play around yesterday with the heat gun and tried to make some of these bends a little sharper. I got this one a little sharper. So this all moves in the right spots. The only pain point, slight pain point, here we are, is when we get all the way over here, and I don't know where the actual end of travel is for this, but the enclosure should push all of this in and be okay. But we'll see. I don't know if it would be a good idea to maybe put a anchor. I think I could come up with a little thing to keep this from actually hitting the enclosure when it's back here. But I'm not concerned with that right now. I don't think that's going to be a big problem. But yeah, everywhere else it does perfectly fine. All the way to the tool here. And then all the way over here is definitely fine. So this is good. I also played with the heat gun up here and I made a couple of bends. I made a little jog bend to hopefully not put as much pressure on this first link because it was kind of pulling it down. So I did a little zigzag there. And I made the mistake of marking my nylon lines with Sharpie, and before heating them, it would rub right off with IPA. But after heating them, it opened up the pores in the plastic and soaked that Sharpie dye right in. So I have a couple of marks there that'll be there forever. Oh yeah, looking for my hex tray. Here it is. There. So the next part is to flip this thing around and start working on this back panel. So I am gonna go back. It probably contributes. It contributes, Poity. Once I manage to catch your stream again. Thanks. Welcome. Okay. Let's zoom out so we can see the back of the printer. So I'm making a little diversion to, I do need to plug all of these harnesses in and take them up through the front because I need to finalize this harness that comes across here. Whiteboard marker gets Sharpie off. Probably not when it's been absorbed into nylon here though. Permanent marks on plastic, Pika deep hole markers are outstanding. Yeah. So I am going to come around here and work on plugging all of these in. And plug the rest of the harnesses in and just take them up through the front, because we're going to put this back panel on so we can get the rest of the, there we go, get the rest of the wiring harness done. Put some tape on top of your PSU fan in case you dropped something. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. That would have been a good thing to do. 9 streams ago. Well, when did we do that? Probably 3 streams ago is when we put that in there. Right there. Right there. Nope, not there. Right there. Right. Right there. There we go. See, this is why we're doing this now. Nylon soaks up everything. Speaking about your PSU mounting direction, I think it should be inverted. What do you think? Fan facing ground? There's no mounting points to do that. I don't disagree. I don't disagree. I'm also realizing that I need to figure out a bottom panel solution for this mounting solution, because I can't call this done until it has a bottom panel. It does have a floor plate. Yep. It has a whole plate that goes here. I just haven't put it in yet because we're still messing with wiring and stuff. Okay, so those two are plugged in. Now I just need to take the rest of the harnesses that I wired up yesterday and untangle them on the masses. Just let these hang out in the chamber and throw. Oh, this one's going to be a whole lot of fun. This one's going to be all of the fun. Oh, hey, there we go. Okay, so that's there. All black wires. For these, it's 4 wires, thermistor, heater, 20 gauge wires for the heater, 24 gauge for the thermistor. It didn't really need to be color coded, labeled, anything. What's the logic behind hinging the Voron bottom panel? Because hinges, print in place hinges, are cool. Hey, Anton from Holland, thanks for being here. Back in the day, I would use RIT fabric dye to make my RC10 parts cool colors. Now I hear that the new RIT stuff sucks, that you need to get the RIT Pro line, and it's a powder that you mix if you want to do nylon dyeing now well. Fan cover mods. Oh, there's a cover that goes over all of this. This isn't gonna be open forever. There's a cover, and it's about 25 or 30 millimeters above the fan is where it sits here. Yeah, the connectors are not polarized. Well, the wires are. Nothing is polarized in these tool head harnesses, and stuff. So my RIT was powder back in the 80s, but I hear the newer premix bottle stuff isn't as good as the it used to be. Okay, this one is going to be really tough because the belt, the Z belt is right here, and I think I can come around this way. I can actually pull this way down and get lots of wire. Since I can, I'm glad I'm doing this now instead of after I've got everything going up there. Let's see if I can just guide this right there. Not enough light. Not enough light. Where is... I have a flashlight out here. I used to. Here we go. Hopefully this doesn't cause any problems with the cameras. Ah. Oh, oh, oh. There we are. Aha. Plugged in. Nice. Now I can pull this up about where I think it's going to need to be. Cool. Hey, Jan. How are you? You at least have to know which harness goes to which tool head. Once those are inside wire looms, how can you tell? So there are little circuit boards on the back of each dock that is pre-wired to the main tool head harness that comes through the cable chain, down through here, across here, down through this cable chain that's just used as a spacer to keep the wires from running into the bed frame. Those circuit boards have two connectors on each one, and they're all separate. So one of them goes to goes back to the board for each dock, and then the other one is just the harness for that dock. So there's no way to get them mixed up. This is coming out of a hole in this dock. It goes to this tool head. Same thing on each of these. So there's no way for things to get mixed up at this point. If it's wrong, then I made the mistake several streams ago. And these are going to be a lot easier. Now I may still need to get into all of this and adjust the position of these docks when we start getting to the point of getting this set up to actually pick up tools. There's that one. This back up. Trying to pull these up a little. There we go. Like that. And then one more. Where are we at? 1 hour until Polymaker filament giveaway time. Just getting this harness untangled. For only 4 wires, it can be a tangled mess. One of these wires wasn't in the same twist as the rest, so it's causing it to get a little tangle a little easier. There we go. Now they're separate. I'm excited to see this one print. Me too. Me too. I mean, this is a big reason I put the extra workbench out in the other shop, is in order to have room for another large-ish printer. These are. Hey, Liz. I said hi earlier, right? You were here earlier. It's fun watching different builds of this. Good. There. And down. And around. Nice view of the back of my head. Oh, come on. There we go. This one comes up. Okay, so those are all plugged in now. Need a forklift to move the printer. Yes, I have a little like kitchen island thing from IKEA that works pretty well for shifting things around. It holds the Magneto when I moved it to the living room when I redid the carpet in there. Okay, now we want to secure this harness up in there with these new zip tie mounts. So I don't know if Chris is still around, and I don't know where the things are anyway off the bat. And instead of clamping or little clamping things, I made these into zip tie mounts. So this goes here, and let's try running this through there, and then tweezers. Hey Garrett, is this thing moving today, or is that a few streams ago? We may be able to power it on today, but I don't know that it's moving. We might start looking at software configuration, stuff like that is on the cards. Okay. But I don't think it's going to move today. That doesn't have to be super tight. We're just holding things. Mostly this is all to hold this harness out of the way of the Z-belt and the counterweight cables. I appreciate your narrative. I have some projects today where I can't be watching the whole time and I can still hear what's going on. Awesome, thanks Tanner. A comment on my early streams that resonated was the idea of repeating questions that come up in chat and that kind of thing. And I think it was good advice to not assume that everybody is reading and seeing and listening or whatever. Not assume that everybody's doing all the things. Hey, Idzik. Okay. What else do we have here? 1 hour. Exactly 1 hour and 3 seconds till Polymaker giveaway time. Yeah, this is the last zip tie. I'd already put one in over here. Usually have eyes on a project of my own while tuned in to those long weekend streams. Yeah, these used to be longer than they are, but yeah, I get it. Review. There we go. You. Nope, not you. You. Not you. You. You know what I should have grabbed is the little forceps things that Adam Savage likes. little alligator forceps or whatever they're called. Oh no, no, I didn't take that as a complaint. I get it. Okay, that is all anchored in there now. And that looks pretty clean. Just there, you can see that up in there. That's what all that looks like. There is some extra harness wires here that'll get pulled up when I get those wired. But yeah. Hemostats. Did I put those? That's these guys. Really handy. I should use them more. I need to remember that I have them. I'll put them over here in this tool chest because then they'll be more handy. Oh, that's where I got those too. Not urgent, sent me a Discord. Okay, thank you. Some tools much better than tweezers for something. These look like the mouthpiece of some insect. These things. These are a new edition. This is a mid-build series edition that Chris did, trying to clean up the what's going on back here. Now the filament path is separate from the back panel here. There's enough stuff going on with this back panel as it is to have to run this tubing through the hole with the harness and out through here somewhere. This, I think, is going to be way better. I think it was a good change to add these. So, there we go. Oh, hey, IFCO. Hypodermic noodle. Okay, let's bring up the water cooling document again. I think that's where we left off. And that's where we can go next. I was curious, there's a hole in the middle of all these water cooling brackets. Well, is that for something in particular? There's a hole through the middle. Do you know, Poity? I know that was out of left field, that question, but it's something I've been wondering for a while. Close a few windows that I had open for other things. Oh, hey, I was talking about that itty bitty rook. So for anybody that doesn't know, yesterday's member stream was a Saturn IV Ultra, and we printed a 25% scale, the little test print rook. Since I have this on the window already, this is a zoomed in shot of the top of that. That's pretty incredible. Hey, Thunder Keys. Considering PTFE tube friction, how do we compensate this from clipper side? PTFE tube friction, how do we compensate this? Not sure what you mean. So anyway, yeah, this came out really good. I got a lot of stuff from yesterday's stream still open. Cheeto box stuff and Elegoo print settings and Siraya Tech resin. I've seen a bunch of improvements the last couple of generations. That's kind of one factor in pulling the trigger on this one, is that tilt bed. What are we looking for? I need to bring up a window and do guides, water cooling. Here we are. Been debating either a Saturn IV Ultra or a GK3 Ultra. I don't know anything about any of the other printers. I'm going to remain a resin printing noob for the foreseeable future. I won't be doing enough printing on it to to really get good at it. Itty bitty pliers. Alligator clamps, or not alligator clamps, I guess. Those are different. But they kind of look little. Okay. This is where we left off. This was getting things onto the tool head, and they go into these coupler fittings that snap into the back panel. Each fitting will pass through the top of the keyhole slots and then downward into their seated positions. So I think the challenge is going to be cutting these at the right length to not screw up the length that I need for the tool head. And yeah. So those go there. And then there's a little printed piece that snaps in to hold it in place. Do you have any interest in a Voron-based option? Vinny, I do. I don't know exactly what, and I'm not ready to even put it on the build plans, but something like a stealth changer is probably going to happen at some point. I just don't know when. Found a live 3D print. I'm fixed now. Welcome another CG. Hi, Barnyard. It's looking ever more complicated. Just how much more is remaining to fit inside. The bed. I need to put the bed in, but I've been waiting until the last. So, John, you saw the tiny little metal printed parts at Rapid, right? No, were you at Rapid? You weren't at Rapid. There was a booth that had little SLM or whatever. They had like the little gecko, articulated gecko, and it was literally like a centimeter long, and it was fully detailed. It was incredible. I tried to get them to give me one and they wouldn't do it. I wanted to just show it off. But okay, we did all this, we did that. We've got to get this back. We kind of just have to put this back panel on. So let's get to that. To do the back panel, I have a series of little clips. Let me put some of this away. Hey all, just joined a few minutes ago. How's the plumbing look? Get in there. Welcome, don't knock it. Which company was that? There's one I've seen online that does tiny metal parts. I don't remember their name. John, I don't remember. I may have, I still need to release that video. I need to finish chapter. I'm just gonna put chapters on it, some chapters, and release the that video from my walkthrough of Rapid. I may have it there, I can look it up. Okay, so there are little printed locks, I guess. They go into these spots. So if you've been wondering what these diamond-shaped features in the corners are, it's for the panel mounting. So we need to insert some heat sets in these. So let me find my M4 heat sets. Which I should have a bunch left of. That's these guys. And let me actually put the M4, since we're going to be doing a bunch of these, let me actually put the M4 tip on this. I think that's this guy right here. Yep. Hey, BBs. 70-mile drive. So, just got home from a 70-mile drive. Are you in the US? Because I think that's almost like a lunch trip to some of us in the US. I can go out to dinner 70 miles away. think there's a document, one of these 4 enclosures. So let's see. I think there was a certain side I wanted to put these. Certain side I wanted to put the heat set in on these. So here we are. So this is the heat set. It's on. It looks like that side and a bunch of those. Lunch in Texas. What heatsink press is that? This is the Vector 3D Adam at Vector 3D. This is his VLMP, vertical linear motion press. We are going to do few inserts with it. Hey, BLD. I think my local micro center is close to 770 miles. Yeah. I think I drove about 100 miles each way to visit you when I was in California. You did, at least. You came from San Jose area? Long distance get upset if they can't park in the space right outside the gym. No kidding, John. Good call. You live in Michigan. Okay, so it's not quite as funny now. It's not quite as funny. Pre-COVID, my office was 35 miles each way. Yeah, I've done that commute before. My commute right now is 1/10 of that. My commute is 1/10 of that, and I love it. Rockland to Sunnyvale every week. Only a 3-hour drive. Yeah. Okay. I think I only need to do, well, I'll do several of these, I guess. Oh, these are not. How much squish out do I have on these? I might have wanted to adjust the hole size on these, but we'll just do a little chamfer going into them. Just humming in my head to that music. Do you know the way to San Jose? Let's just do a quick, just get rid of any elephant's foot that might be on these. This is the Noga deburring set. There is a link to it in my Amazon store, which is in the description. It is very expensive, but if you keep an eye on it or search camel, you'll see that it has gotten down significant discounts over the years. Okay. Park under the pigeons, but closest to the door at the gym. Yeah. Working to the outrage. Close the entry at the nearby Starbucks because people were blocking traffic in an intersection. Wow. 120 miles a day, another CG? Yeah. It would take quite the salary to make that worth it to me. Hopefully it's to you. What is the height of the insert press? I don't know. It's 325 millimeters. Let's see. Oh, to the very top, it's about 360 millimeters up to this point. At the top position here from the work surface, I'm about 140 millimeters to the bottom of the tip. But kind of like about this is I can set this on something and have a lot of flexibility in how I use it. Okay, all of those are done. So let's throw some heat sets in here. Yeah, that looks a lot better. It starts in there at least. Can't commute, I have to have time available to watch. Yeah, you have to watch this. Exactly. Hey, DJ. Keep adding to my tool collection. Tools, toys, whatever. The advantage of the VLMT over the stealth press is you can fine tune the balance between the weighted iron and the counterweights. Yeah, I wasn't sure about these presses, but Adam at Vector 3D sent the parts for this to me, and we built it on a, I don't know if it was a Charlie's Angels stream or a regular stream. I think we covered this and the iBoss filament dryer and stuff. And I pretty much use this way more than just a free iron with the text with a tip in it now. To the point of I'm going to build a second one. I'll end up upgrading this one probably to the V2, and I'm going to build the Stealth Press Zero as an additional press. What I really like about these in general, this one and the Stealth Press, is you just kind of let go and it goes out of the way. Any design that has you has the force going towards the part, I'm not super thrilled, wouldn't be super thrilled with. Two more. Do I have two more or do I have a few more? No, I'll just do all of these. I got a few more over here to do. I think this is the entire printer worth of them, so we'll get them done. Yeah. But I mean, the Stealth Press and this, their tendency is to, if you let go, it moves the iron away from your workpiece, which I think is a good thing. I think the Naomi Wu one, I don't know if it's still available for sale, is a super nicely built piece. Pooch brought one over, so I was able to check it out in person. Really nice, really thought out, and probably has its use in a more, if you're doing like some level of production. But as a hobbyist, I want the safety of that. The default position being away from the workpiece. What iron? That's a Pine-Sil. The Pine-Sil is inexpensive, heats up really fast, heats up faster than my nice Weller iron over here, and the CNC kitchen inserts for it make this such a convenient setup. if you are looking at these just on principle, the CNC kitchen stuff is popular enough that clones have come out, and I would suggest finding if you're in the US, find the US vendor that carries the CNC stuff. I know KB-TriaD does. I think West 3D, Fabrico. I don't know if like Printed Solid, but check to see if your preferred vendor carries the CNC kitchen stuff and support stuff on, if you can. And then if you're in US or EU, you can probably get it directly from him or a reseller. CNC kitchen stuff is so well machined. My only issue with Pine Sol is the swappable tips tend to be a bit wobbly. Is it about the same as the TS100? It's the same thing. The interface isn't super tight. There is a little screw here that I've tightened that seems to help. And then I designed this mount here that gives full support of the iron, so the whole thing doesn't wobble as much. In the EU, it's even available on Amazon. There you go. Is this what you were talking about, that set screw that I was just, is that it's a little Phillips screw on this, but same deal. Yeah, for actual, I don't use this for soldering at all. I use my Weller station here and change the tip size depending on how much heat I need to put into a solder joint. For anything I'm doing, it's been awesome. That's the screw you're talking about, yeah. There seems to be a place for a screw, but no screw. Oh. Well, if you remind me, Bill, I can pull this screw out later and see what threads it is. And you can probably figure that out too. Last one. Putting this here just to, this other one here just to help make sure I'm pressing with the piece evenly. I got inserts on the tip sent via free Amazon shipping and then had them in the mailbox 2 days later. Yeah. Pine Sol and a Weller, but JBC is a whole other level. Oh, I'm sure there are some nice setups out there. Hey, Queasy Diver. If you need confirmation or anything, let me know, Bill. Okay. That out of the way. We've got these now. See where we're at. Ooh, it's getting warm in here. Even though we've had very mild weather, I'm gonna turn my AC on. Let's see if that printer is actually out for delivery. They don't make this particular Weller anymore. It's probably 20 plus years old. It's a WES 51. What is today? The 28th? Typical FedEx. It's express shipment. Expected today before the end of day. Estimated 9:40 a.m. to 1:40 p.m. It's 12:30 now, but it's 40 miles away in a different station. So I don't think it'll be here today, but that's probably a good thing. I can get it tomorrow. Hey, Tukuya. FedEx will do that. I despise FedEx. They have the number one problem carrier that I've had in the US. Absolutely despise them. They'll do things like they'll give me an estimate of a shipping date from for something, and then like deliver on that day, but the tracking theirs then says, hey, it was delivered early. It was actually expected tomorrow. And then they end up saying it's going to be here today, and then it gets stuck at whatever stop on the way. It's not the same day or next day. I don't need it. Okay, so this is a bunch of stuff. I haven't printed like the door hinges and stuff. We're just kind of skip through to the there we are. Left and right. This step will focus on the left side enclosure panel, while also being used as a reference for installation of the back and right side panels. Did you hear FedEx and UPS are going to merge? FedUps, yep. FedEx and delivery of the Polymaker filament, not you or Polymaker's fault. Yeah. Did you hear? They're also bad in Europe too. Don't know how to work my keypad. Just a 4-digit code. Yeah. Okay. We are going to mount these in that downward position with some M4x8s. So let's find this panel. It's right over here. Yeah, it's this guy. Now, there have been a few different revisions of panels over time, so hopefully I get the right one. I don't think this one's been revised. Just this guy. FedEx has been the best for me in Sweden. UPS, on the other hand, always screws up somehow. So much of this, especially with FedEx, is dependent on the management of the depots along the route that something goes to you. That I want that close. There we go. Sorry, that door. So much depends on how they manage how the managers work along the route. Okay. So if you have good management in your particular area or the route that your package takes, then you have a better chance of things working out well. DHL is another one that's very hit or miss, very polarizing in how the here we'll get a little better peel look in how the experience is. For me, DHL is by far the best. Because most of the things that come to me from, that worked out really well, through DHL end up in the Los Angeles entry. And if it gets to LA in the morning, it could be to me that afternoon. So my favorite is DHL. Majority of things off of here, and I'm going to set this down. So minimize any scratches that I put on this other side, because this is a smoked panel. Did Magneto show up? No, I don't think it's going to actually be here today. I mean, it could. It's still pretty early, and it's only 40 miles away, but I don't have a lot of confidence. Definitely not going to hit their delivery window. So worst of the big ones here too. Yeah. I've heard lots of bad about DHL. It's just my experience has been overwhelmingly positive. Okay, this is gonna go like this, I believe. Might go, yeah, I think it's gotta go like that. Yep. So this is gonna go like that. We need to figure out where we're gonna cut these. So I think what I want to do is send these through the hole they're gonna go through. Catastrophic failure on my filament shelf last night while asleep. Oh, that must have been frightening. Anything bad with DHL except that they beat up boxes? That's with any vendor. Yeah, for sure. Okay. Oh, I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself. I need to grab some M4x8. M4x8s are going to be in here, and I should have a lot of them. I think they'd be in here, and I should have a lot of them. I don't have a lot of them. Did I use them somewhere else, or did I move them? Oh, they're button heads, which means they're over here. I do have a lot of them. Let's get this back up. Yeah, right about there. Did you catch Nathan Builds Robots video on carbon fiber filament? I did. It's very interesting. Not surprising. I don't know if I'm worried about it or not. Let's put it that way. That is quite a bit of play there, which means we will probably be adjusting these once it's on there so they all line up and are even. So we'll just leave that like that for now. I'm gonna put my big spools up. I'm afraid to. Yeah. What kind of shelf did you have it on there, Danny? That is something that I'm always afraid of, is some storage system that I've hacked together ends up failing. We got 24 minutes till filament time. What do we have here? 176 people, 133 likes. That seems pretty decent. I'm a little nervous about carbon fiber filaments now. I'm going to take glass filled over it. Well, both of those fibers, I don't think the carbon fiber, I would be curious, but I don't think they're going to be significantly different from each other in that regard. But I'm not 100% sure on that. I had a French cleat and the print actually cracked under the weight. Did you had printed brackets then? Printed brackets on a French cleat? I'm cutting his room for 40 minutes. Oh, yeah. I should give you, what, 3 words? 2? More important than what products of fibers you use, like children's toys. Okay, so that should go on there. That, let's loosen these up. There we go. These all should go. Oh, shoot. Creasing that. That's something to be careful of with those. Where did that go? That should go that way. Oh. I'm just kind of playing here. The screw was there, but not anything else. Yeah. Set that thing through there. Ah, there we go. Little loosening of those seems to have get things in place. Second water line behind the panel. Oh, they're both here now. You're right. I had it behind the panel a moment ago. Let's tighten that down. Tighten that down. Not super tight. French cleats should always be made from hardwood, otherwise you can never be sure they're strong enough. Okay, so those are there. These are right here. And these probably need to be trimmed just a tiny, tiny bit. They're right to there. We are going to be putting, where are those? These fittings in here. Planning on sleeving all those tool heads? Yes, but I ran out of sleeving sizes. So we did one in each sleeving size, and I like the smaller one better. So I'm gonna pick up some additional of that size sleeving. Okay, so these little couplers, we're gonna go in here, and maybe I can demonstrate it over here. Maybe not. Maybe that's in the way. Yeah, this slides into the little keyhole on these panels. Okay, so how far do these go in? Let's find out. So if that goes in there and that sticks out, trying to figure out. Didn't think I had an accent color to the sleeving or keeping it black. I'm just keeping it black. For the most part, this printer is the this gray and black. Okay, so that's right to the L. I think that's what that is. Something Wade. What does that say? Oh, Freelin Wade. I don't know what that's. But the L, it's right to the L there. So how much? That's about that much. Oh, that pretty much goes. Okay, so those pretty much need to be right to the, should pretty much touch the back of this panel, and this will go in and slot in place properly, I think, if I do that. So I need to trim all of these, but I need to figure out exactly what that means. So it's kind of in the name, but I wondered if a splash of color was in order. I got gray. Okay, let's make a little more, a couple of marks here. How difficult has this been to build? It's not difficult. It's just kind of paying attention. There's a lot of different build stuff there. There. Hope that I have some compliance there. Make sure this is there. So I want to go a little bit further this way on this one, I think. I'm gonna go there. And a little more. This one there. This one I'm going to cut off just that much, just barely. Same thing, just a little bit. Yes, my hair color. Okay, so this should come off pretty easy. Yep. Set that there and get there. Just gonna do it. Always find some more of this stuff if I really need to. Just gonna do it. And then these, just a bit. Yeah, that seems about right. And I'm pressing this, but since I'm cutting so little off of these, I'm holding the tubing straight. It does make a good snap noise. Okay. Okay, so now all of these, oh, let me clean that off since I can. Do you solve the issue with the VZ? The screen issue? The only issue I've really had with the VZ is the screen's not working, and that's kind of keeping me from wanting to use it. The Mellow is supposed to be sending me a new screen for it. I heard from them just recently, so I'm hopeful that it happens. Okay, so these go on here. Oh, the ringing issue. No, because I haven't used the thing, because it's not, I haven't, once I solve the screen issue, then I can do a little more things. I did have some VFA issues with it. So these just push on, and we'll see how close I am to those lining up with the panels. I can build with my existing printer, custom frame Mercury 1, or do I have to go with the full LDO frame and such? You talking about this? You are probably, unless you feel like redesigning basically every part in the printer, you're going to want to go with this frame. You would be doing a lot of CAD work if you wanted to adapt this, although it's very possible. So it's very possible to adapt this to other sizes and do changes. It's just how much work do you want to put in. Okay, let's put this back on. So should go through there, and they do. Let's get this on the bottom ones first. Get that out of the way. Can I adapt this for my V0? Yes, John, you could. I know you could. Okay, why? These kind of need to go straight in to, there we go. Oh, so there's a little bit of a puzzle here because you got to get these in. These in. And there we go. This up, there we go. And then these down to their spots. That was not too bad. That wasn't too bad. Hey, Dutch dude. Hey, William Martin. Only 2 hours late. No problem. 12 minutes away from Polymaker time, so be sure you enter. Just wait for the printers for Ant's version. Almost like fitting spindles into a staircase handrail. Yeah, I don't think I've ever done that. So now we have these printed parts that I think just kind of, yeah, just kind of go on there. Is that the only part? Because there's nothing that's actually locking those in. Which side do those go on? This is that part. Locate the print hose plug rear and insert into the empty keyhole space to fully secure the coupler fittings. Do these go in from the back? Oh, these are different parts. Ah, that one goes there. This one goes here. Oh, yeah, there's no way I'm gonna get that up in there. Let's see if we can move the bed. Is the bed unplugged? Yes. Go back here. Ah, that's a little better access. I don't know if this fits better from the rear or from the front. I suspect it probably should go in from this side for. You know, yeah, I think I'm gonna give this one more little try here. Oh, well, that actually locks in well that way. Okay. I don't know if that's the way it's supposed to go, but it's locked in. I can pop it out later if I need to. But those are now in. So let's try this way first. That doesn't like to lock in like the other side did. So let's see if we can do this on the other side. I have not worked. I have an eddy. There is nowhere for me to get my fingers in there. So if I can go in all the way from this side. I don't think this is the way this is really intended to go. It just fit much better on the other side this way. I can see a bit of it here, so. feel like I'm trapping myself getting this in here. I mean, both of those fit better from the back because that's locked in now. I don't know. Ah, cool. This printer does not currently have a top hat, but one is in works. Chris is just trying to make it prettier. So once he is satisfied with it, I will install one on here. Okay, so we've got a panel on. That's progress. That is progress with 7 minutes till filament time. Does anyone know where to source that pine sol soldering tip for heat set in the UK or Europe? CNC Kitchen. Search for CNC Kitchen. They are in Germany. So that's Stefan at CNC Kitchen, designed and sells those. And he put through the effort to make a highly desirable tip for those pine sol and TS100 irons. So if you can, I would advise getting it from him or one of his resellers. If you're in the UK, Vector 3D, yeah. 3D Jake, okay. Okay. So that's on. Now we can put the water cooling. Did we already install this on the? We've got this. So we've got an M3x8 to install this little guy and a M3x8s to install the main pump setup. I got mine direct from Stefan. They ship very fast. Nice. Okay, so the whole water cooling setup here goes right here. Top can come off. And M3x8s. Those are 10s. These are 8s, I think. Yep. Okay, I feel like these are probably going to be semi-temporary, so I'm not going to tighten these down. Just from a get things sorted, and if I have to put any pressure on these, I feel like I'm going to want to do it off the printer, off this panel. Where are you? There you are. It's a little off to the side over here. Where is that? Oh, there it is. At the angle here, I'm not actually able to see the hole. There it is. Ball end driver required. I think that would have been the better first screw to put in. There we go. And then this updated piece here goes Which side up? Is the pneumatic fitting up? Right in here. Three more minutes. 3 more minutes. How many, can we get parity on likes? Can we get parity on likes before it's time? Right there. And then we have, so we did this connection before. Now we need to do another silicone hose connection to here. And I guess we'll see what is a non-kinking length for that. It's this stuff. So what do I want to do? Let's see if I can, like that. And then probably just do something like that. It's not too bad. There's a little bit right there. There we go. And it sticks out about as much as this one does, so we're okay there. I'll cut it right through there. Done, dude. Just cut this right here. Sweet. $191 looking, we need a minimum of we're almost there. 194 to 188. We're almost 1 to 1. 194 to 188. 191 to 189. You see, when I mention likes, a few people leave. I did. You get the droid video I sent last week. Was that on DMs or was that in Discord? Did we? I thought we talked about droids yesterday. Did you send me one last week? Now we're at 201 now, so we got over 200. We're 193 to 201, so we did it at exactly giveaway time. So let's do that. Let's do that. Good job. Is the water cooling actually necessary? Yes, for this design it is. For this design it is. Or people are changing accounts. Wow. Just tried that screw trick on the pine sol. Thanks, works a treat. Awesome. That's good to hear that took care of it for you. Okay. Let me close the ad. Move over here. Juggle my windows. It would be too late to give away one of my Astral apricot sauces. It's a brand new release. Only 100 will ever be made. It's really tough with no notice there, Garrett. I very much support what you're doing there. Is this the same? Is this the same as a previous? Can I modify an existing form? Let's do it next Sunday. Let's do it next Sunday because we've got Pathetic Puma doing a giveaway on Tuesday. Let's do it on Sunday. Okay, thanks, Brent. Let's do it on Sunday, yeah. Okay, we got this open. I've got this open. This is today's, yep, it is still open. So we are Going to close the entries when I haven't had a new one in 3 seconds. We have a nice round number right now. We have 256 responses. That just is a good number to me. But that's going to go up. So yep, now we've broken the nice number. So let's keep going. So we're going to close it in 3, 2, 1. Everybody trying? Next challenge, 512. We've had near there. There, we got one. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3. If I search your name while I found in the store, we like hot sauce here. Yeah, pexpeppers.com, right? 3, 2, 1. Reaching for the turning it off. 2.7. 1, 3, 2, 1. Done. Nice. Thanks for being a member. Create a spreadsheet. Let's see. Who got in here first? Got a .com after my first name. Pexpeppers.com. Maurice, you got in there first. Who got in there last? You got that last one. There you go, Scott. Good job. You finally did it. You finally did it. Adam, thanks for being a member. Look at that. You'll see your name there at the very end. Oh, okay. There's Maurice. Let's go all the way down. There you go. Right above my camera view. Okay, everybody. I want you to guess. Don't say anything, Scott. I want you to guess what number Scott would want me to spin. That's what I want everyone to do. What number would Scott want me to spin? You got to guess what Scott would pick. A little too fast on the button. Okay, Scott, now I got to know what you would have picked. What number would you have picked? $13 as always. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 spin. Bruno, thanks for being a member. Who do we got? Josh Manhofer. I believe I remember you saying you had to take off. Are you back? You have 2 minutes to prove that you're back. Josh, congratulations. Josh Manhofer. Yeah, I remember Josh saying they had to take off, but maybe they're back. Maybe they came back in time. Is Josh going to be a Polar Ted Club member? Well, we give everybody the 2 minutes. Thanks, Dave English. Appreciate that. Josh Manhofer, are you here? You have 1 minute and 20 seconds. Is that what you said? Working on the Jeep? Maybe we're on the background. Speaking of Polar Ted, did I get picked when I crashed in bed last week? No. Nobody can identify as Josh. Only Josh can identify as Josh. Winning is nice, but that's rare. Having a blast from the countdown is guaranteed. See? Gotta make it fun. We have 43 seconds. I think there's a high likelihood of a new member. Here, let's see here. Is their name guessable in... Oh, come on. YouTube, I mean, Discord search is broken. Did we get Josh here yet? Josh running to PC like the end of Ferris Bueller. 7 seconds. PTFE Club should have shirts. That's a good idea. I need to get that. I need to get that idea over to. I need to give my wife and time's up, Josh. I'm sorry. I need to give my wife a collection of ideas because she said she'd help me with merch. But I think I need to give more info. I can't just say thanks and let it happen. So anyway, too bad, Josh. I know you said you had to leave earlier, so at least I think I remember that. Let's see. What number would PF Dennis here pick? That's an idea too, the GPs. There's a lot of little things, a lot of ideas. It's just a matter of coming up with designs and stuff. You get picked, I may be in the club as well. Coordinator, they'd have the option to purchase. I don't know how it would work. PF, what number do you pick? What number would you have picked? Let's see how nice. Let's see how nice. What do you pick? 3. Awesome. That's why I like you, PF Dennis. 1, 2, 3. Spin. Three. WT Cook. Congratulations. Are you here? You got 1 PTFE Club member. Let's not make it 2. WT Cook. Surely it should be 3, 2, 1. PFD3. There you go. WT Cook. Are you here? You have 1 minute and 30 seconds. Who else is in there? Oh yeah, I see Nero there. See, it's kind of hard to see. I see 0G about 4 away. Configurator on this printer looks more difficult to figure out than actually building it. They know that there's some complications there, CJ. I think I have a link to the KB-TriaD Discord. They have a specific help section for the configurator there. I'd advise checking that out. There's someone that can help you. I don't really maintain a list of the club. I have some idea. There's a role in the Discord that I can assign if someone remembers to ask me or if I remember to do it. That's what I was just seeing if I could find Josh's username, but Discord search is terrible. So we have 39 seconds to get WT Cook. Are we gonna have two of these? I came away 1 away from winning on mod.stream the other day. WT Cook. Choose me, I'm here, you will win sometime. Now 18 seconds. A user flare if that was. Yeah. Yeah, there's a little roll thing in there. A little flare. I need to make a, that would be a good idea, is make some buttons that are exclusive. If you see me at an event and you're in the club, you get one. Or we can probably mail them off too, but. Second member on the stream. Chat during drawings is the best. Yeah. Okay, so I'm sorry, WT Cook. You are another member. 2 members this week. We haven't had a member in the PTFE Club in a while. So let's just get another number. Just anybody. What's the next number? Most amount of people joining the PTFE Club in one stream? I think we've had 3. Yeah. Was there 5, Dave? I think that was Stuart. Right off the bat, came up with one of my favorite numbers. So let's do that. 21. That won't work because I never win. I cannot respond to get the button. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, and spin. Who do we got? Cliff D. Cliff D. Don't be a Polar TED Club member. Say something in chat. Cliff D. Congratulations. Cliff D. Cliff D. Keeping an eagle eye on chat. Who was... Do I recognize any, or can I read any names? They're awfully small there. Cliff D, congratulations. You are here. You are not inducted into the Polar TED Club. Thank you for that. Sure, yep, we've only got one. Cliff D, Cliff D. Perfect. Congrats. You will hear from me. You will hear from me sometime before the next Sunday stream. I'm trying, I need to figure out a way to get better at that, but I do, the pressure, motivation of releasing them before the next stream is basically the thing I can count on. So that's why I say, you'll hear from me sometime before the next, stream, the next Sunday stream. Although lately I've been doing them on Monday because Tuesday comes up and something on my brain says that I got to get it done. So. Anyway, congrats. If you're in the US or Canada, you get a coupon to the US or Canada Polymaker store. If you're outside the US or Canada, you get to pick from a list of filament and have a roll sent to you. Arrow seems to be in between Ella's and Cliff's name. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, very close. There's Admiral Adama. It's hard to read these. I wonder if I zoomed in. Nope, it doesn't zoom. You've been reading too much Dragon Crawler, Carl, when you start imagining achievements like not an Inuit, you don't get inducted into the Polar TED Club. Okay, let's go back to water cooling. We have that line ran, and we have those for the tool head. Yeah. Tool head is done. So we did that. What is, oh, this is where the PTFE used to come out, is through some holes on the back here, which I think these holes are still here. Do I have an updated panel for this? Did I put the wrong panel on here? Make sure I didn't tuck another panel around. This is not a big deal to have those holes there. I'll just plug them, but I just want to make sure I didn't skip any updated panels. Did I, because I tuck things all over the place in here. This, that, and that. Those are not them. That's not them. Yeah, I think I just need to plug those, unless it's tucked in even more obscure space. Don't forget to unpin. Thank you. Unpin. See, these are the things I wouldn't do left to my own devices. And save. There we go. You're supposed to have leftovers. We did that. We did that. Those go in there, and then this line goes to this fitting. So I need to get a line going there, and then oh, there's a, okay, that's nice. There's a little bracket. Now I had printed those, and we'll figure out where those are. And then a line going across here. And then there's going to be a line coming down to here. So let's do this one first. So I've got, hopefully I have enough. Yeah, I've got enough. got a little pre-done. So I've been experimenting with heating up this tubing to kind of induce a bend into it. It seems to work okay. But that goes there, and then something like that. So I'm gonna try, let's see how this works again. I had a busy day here while watching yours. Thanks for the content. See you all next week. See you, Derek. Thanks for being here. We should petition boron kit distributors to include extra screw holes. Hella. Thanks for being a member. I think I want the plug-in heat gun for this. Okay, let's see. I am going to go, I'm going to continue this bend a little bit, and then I'm going to come down here. I don't think I need to, the rest of that bend seems pretty good, but I want to see if I can make this a little more. Let's see how that goes. And I don't want, I got to be careful not to bend this so much that I kink it. So just to hold it till it cools down. I didn't get it all that hot, but you can see there's a little more of a bend to it now. And I'm going to avoid the very end of this. CNC a tube bender with your Milo. Well, this is nylon tubing. I'm not going to be able to bend it without some heat assistance. So that goes there, and that worked pretty well. And then I don't think I need to, there's going to be a clamp right there, and I feel like a little jog in it might be a good idea for the end here. So I want that to come out and be a little relaxed. Cut it, mark where I'm going to cut it here. So some sort of anti-kinking guide. Oh yeah, that might not have been a bad idea. Didn't receive an email. Maybe you got me mixed up with somebody else. Make sure I have enough. Let's do something like right there. This, I think I'm being a little extra here, trying to heat form this line. I don't think this is required. I'm mostly kind of playing, looking at different techniques and things. So I wouldn't consider what I'm doing here as a requirement for the build. Let's see if I can. Jay-Z 2 cents started dabbling in 3D printing. I saw some mention of that in things. Can't believe doing something extra. Well, I mean, Okay, so that's gonna go there. That's gonna go like that. Then I need a little bit in here. I'm putting a little jog in it. Use that for rigid tubing generally. The soft stuff doesn't normally need it. This is fairly stiff. I don't know the full context of the comment there, but this is fairly stiff tubing here. I think I can put that in now, and that can go right. Oops. There. How much did that go in? There we go. It's in all the way. And then that goes there. And that actually, those bends really helped. I think those bends really helped. Okay, I have a bunch of clips that I printed. Where did I set those? Right here. You can print shaped clips to go on the outside of the tube. Could. And go around and help to form them. I thought about that over here, printing something to kind of hold that whole thing there instead. It actually might not be a bad idea, because I think here where the cable chain ones come along, there's an opportunity to mount something to the back side of this chain thing that would actually just form those wires. Hey, Clown Hammer. Okay, so I'm assuming these are M3 by 8s, right? Yeah, M3 by 8s. Those were over here. So now this comes in here, screws on right there. This little collection of clips on here is going to make this a whole lot nicer. There. That worked really well. Back in my bed. Don't do anything cool. I'm gone. Too late. We already did cool stuff. I was referring to this comment about the radius jigs used in PC water cooling. If that stuff is on the stiffer side, I can see how it would help though. Yeah. Better get some work done myself. See you, Admiral Adama. Which part did you use your resin printing on, or did you use the one they sent you? The ones I printed were all mirrored, and they weren't as dimensionally accurate as I would have liked. They kind of warped, like these splayed out. This is the one that Chris sent me, KB-TriaD sent me. It's much more like square and stuff. However, it doesn't quite fit where I think it goes. So I need to talk to him about how that goes in there, and maybe some adjustment for this particular fan that I have. I think it probably glues in here into this part. Okay, that goes there. Hopefully then we've got one that comes across here, straight across. So we are going to do a fairly sharp bend off of that. This is going to go here and then screw into a couple of mounts and then go into there. So let me true up this end. Do it with the knife, because I don't like to get the end piece. So yeah, my resin attempt at that was not successful. I didn't end up with a part that I'd be able to use, but fortunately Chris had sent me one. Unfortunately, it also has some fitment issues, but I'm not 100% sure how it goes in. I'm guessing. Okay. What do I want to do? I want to try, keep experimenting. No, I think I'm doing okay with what I've got here. It's a lot hotter. Just very careful with this, because you go just a tiny bit too hot and a tiny bit too strong of a bend and you're going to kink it. So I wouldn't recommend doing what I'm doing here. This is just like I said, just playing. I'm just playing. But that did make that, so that's going to make that bend a little easier. And that nicely, somewhat parallel to that. That goes in there, and then this comes around. It's probably going to be about, it's kind of hard to tell what length that's going to need to be. These. Do a hardline water-cooled system would be a long stream. I think the attention to detail would be a good lesson in clean, accurate bends. There is definitely a skill to doing bends like that too. I think I'm going to put this on here temporarily so I can try to get a more accurate guess on how long this one needs to be. 3-finger radius. This is really interesting. Oh, I can probably sneak up between the, which way does this go? Yeah. Between the tools to get to the back side of the screw. To see where that is. Is it that one? I will bring out Long Boy. Yeah, got it right. Hey, Wolf Pup. Okay, so that's gonna go there. That's gonna go there. Then this is gonna go, simulate that right. Guess right about there. Let's guess right there. Now, if I'm guessing there and pull this, many crimped rings for waterproofing. What are we talking about? Oh, we're talking about other setups, things. Okay, so if I did that, it's out. And now this one needs to come from here. And I want to make sure that I've got, yeah, I've got enough to get to I didn't want to cut this too long and not have enough for the last run I need to do. So we are good. And clean off that. Was any left over on this side? Yeah, a little bit. Okay. I've got the bend there. I need to do the bend here. Ooh, I made that too hot. Too hot. I'll let that cool off. Yeah. See, I'm playing. I'm not 100% on how this goes, and I made that too hot. I got too impatient. So I will probably pick up some more of this tubing. I may even be able to get it at the home store and replace this line. But for now, we are going to put it in. It's not like super like hot. I mean, it is, but it's not to the point of like, it doesn't feel like it's at the point where I'm gonna get a blister or anything. So this will be a good test anyway to see how this all goes. And this I don't think would leak, but I don't like that I got it too hot in my experiments here. So now we're at a point where I'm just going to install it, not worry about that. Trying out Hatchbox Transparent Black ABS, wish me luck. So I've heard that the Hatchbox Transparent stuff, I don't remember what the formulation is referred to as, but it's definitely not great from a, I think from a, it's a little worse for you on the VOC type stuff, but it's also not great from a print properties point of view. I have the green, and I think I have some red. So be aware, maybe do some searching on what the concerns are with it. I don't remember what they call the plastic, but that is my wishing you luck. Goes across there now. Now from a rubbing over here, I might flip those around and have it go across more along the top. Small clear prints. I'm gonna try to do some panels for a project. Cool. That one's on there. And this one, does this one get a clip at all? Oh, it's supposed to go, there's a clip here, and here, and then up and into here. That's interesting. Wow. Oops, sorry, I should have been. So this is the line we're running here. It goes back to the water. Printer made from it with embedded LEDs would be awesome. Could. Bought an unfinished V0 kit whose previous owner picked some kind of transparent ABS for the kid. Parts cracked all over the place and were a write-off. Not surprising. So we need a clip there, there, and there. This one is pretty close to the fitting here. I'm actually surprised because that is quite a bend. Well, let's see if I needed to heat these at all to get some sort of good bend. Maybe just having these parts in here was enough. Oh, I don't want to crimp it, kink it. Let's do that. I'm not going to heat this one at all and see how it goes together. Where is that screw? There it is. Nope. It's not actually, I mean, it's some other formulation. I don't remember. There was some discussion on it. I remember reading, but I don't remember the details. And holy moly, I am way off on length. If this needed to go all the way around here, I didn't realize that. I was looking at the path. It did not appear to need to go down that far. So I am definitely short on tubing here. So I need more anyway. That's okay. That's okay. Let's see, I've got 2 more here. Let's put these on and at least get that in place. But I'm also seeing that with this kind of held in place, this bend isn't too bad. So this goes like that. And just kind of put this about where it goes. I tried to use PETG for transparent stuff, over extrude and print slow. Make all lines parallel and you can print light guides. Light guides are cool. I want to force that to go that way a bit. Maybe up. Oh, there we go. This is the correct length here though. This shouldn't be any shorter than this, and definitely not this much shorter. So I don't think, even if I got them mixed up, I don't think it's having an impact on what I'm doing here. Okay, so then that is going to go something like that. We'll force that into there, and then it's going to come up and into there. So it seems like all of this, unless there's something that goes here, all of this probably should have been a little higher. Maybe along here somewhere. I don't know if there's a reason to open that up, but I'm about 6 inches of tubing too short. Okay, I wanted to replace that anyway. What is this stuff? Extruded. Let's see if we can find this. Is this on? Oh, no, that's not what I want. Lowe's. Let's just see. I've got a Lowe's a mile from my house. Feed test first before going further. Feed test. What do you mean feed test? This is 6mm. Let's try 6mm nylon tubing. What would I be searching for? I have a feeling I'm not going to be able to find it here. Anybody have any ideas if a home store would have this, or am I ordering from like Amazon or something? Tubing is cross-linked polyethylene. Yeah, it says nylon on it. 6mm coil hose company, something. 1mm wall. Pneumatic airline. Nylon hose, 4mm ID, 6mm OD, PA6 nylon tube, pneumatic air, brake fluid. It's 6mm OD. Can't read that. Can work on print. Suitable. Need to be compatible with these fittings I already have too. Oh, it probably is listed in the BOM. That's a great suggestion there, Bearded Bucket. Blackbox CE GitHub. Waterline for a fridge. Well, I need it to be exact pretty much because I already have fittings in here for it. BOM. Let's see what's in the BOM folder here. Blackbox BOM. Ooh, let's download that. And save it to Blackbox. Save. And open. Here we go. Oh, it's still impossible to read. Use nylon. I use silicone tubing for my milling machine spindle. I may change it out for nylon. Look up John Guest tubing. It should be the same. Okay, let me find it here first because we're already here. And I mean, I'm gonna ask Chris about what to order. And I'm curious how much I cut off, if that makes up more than the difference of what I'm lacking. It's probably the same as whatever E3D's water cooling stuff was. That's what the original kit was. That makes sense. That's belts. It probably looks like the tubing in here. I'm hoping. We're almost towards the end. Control F tube. It is. Fine. Let's make it easier on me. Push to connect tube fitting. Water cooling hose. That looks like the silicone hose, so let's go next. And I should search for hose at this point. Yeah, let's search for hose. Oh. There we are. Let's see what that is. Well, that takes me to Autodesk. I don't think that's actually taking me, that's not going to give me what I want. Shoot. Control Shift T, is that right? Yeah, there we go. This is something, is that lengths? Yeah, that's lengths. It's not a proper BOM as far as, it's not a sourcing guide. It's a BOM. It's not a sourcing guide. E3D online water cooling tubing. Nylon tubing for water cooling kit. Nope. Not by the picture. We're looking at the picture, that's not quite the same. Okay, I'll have to get a type and link from Chris on that. In the meantime, I don't think, so I don't think I actually had enough to do it anyway, because if I remember right, this is, oh, I shoved it in here because I was fidgeting. Come on, come on. Out of there. There we go. Am I missing something? I think this is the only bit that I've cut off, and that's not quite enough to go in here and match up with that. I guess it's debatable whether that is enough, especially if this was pulled tighter. It could have been made to work. So cutting things to the pretty much close to exact, I feel like there should be one more piece around here because I thought I cut 2 here. It might have been extra short. It might have been extra short. I think technically there was probably enough. So never mind. Copy link address. Boydie's got a link there. Napa, yeah. Yes. Go to site. Okay, nylon tubing 4x6, not for individual sale, but that is what it is. Ooh, reference. Reference number. Nylon tubing per foot, that's a link to, it's hard to tell. We can go to McMaster. Yeah, there we are. Plastic tubing for air and water. Why are we zoomed in here? %. Plastic tubing, semi-clear. Oh, here it is. That's the reference number, 6x4. This is it right here. So this is it right here. Product detail. This is the exact stuff. It matches the log in to view product detail. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me, McMaster? That is some seriously. To see product detail, they're asking for a login now. What in the world is up with that? You get in 25 feet. I guess that makes sense, Jordan. But that's a new thing. You didn't need to log in to view, but I bet you're absolutely right. I bet you're right that they're... No, I don't think it's the data. I think Blue is, or Jordan is right. Locking out data scrapers. Yeah. Oh, I have a McMaster login. I can get in there and here, let me just jump in over here. I don't log into things in Edge on this computer. That's how I keep my information separate. So the copy link, let's paste it over here. yeah, here's the product detail. So the diffuser came out great. Awesome. Yeah, it's lame, but the amount of free CAD and information. Yeah, I get, yeah, I'm not as annoyed, but I'm still annoyed. But this is the stuff. I will probably order. I know that I can find 10 other things I could stock up on from McMaster, so I'll pick up some of that. So thanks, Poity, for that reference number on Chris's site. Did the trick. Okay. With that, we basically, at that point, we have plumbed the water cooling. If this connected here, it would be plumbed. Thank you. We do have wiring to do, which is for the water cooling, which is probably, I'm just going to tie these together and run a small bit of sleeving on it, because that makes the most sense to just crimp on the rest of this connector here. So, hey, Maker Dave. I kind of want to be at a point today still where maybe we're not powering it on, but the very first thing we do next stream is powering it on, which means I'll redo this stuff off camera. There's no reason for me to do this on camera. And I'll wrap all the tool heads, because we did that today in between. So things that we need to do before we power it on is get the water cooling wired. And is there anything else, Poity or anyone thinking? Maker Dave and Andres. So let's pop this off. And we are going to raid into let me go see here. See if they are. We've got Bruno Silva doing tool head stuff, tool changer stuff with the, it's calling it Skyla, six head beast. It's a stealth changer style, right? But I wanted to see if they were, and this might come up with noise. Yeah, they are live right now. So we are going to raid into that when we're done here. So just a heads up. Remove the SD card from the Duet. We're not going to actually get to that today, Poity, but remind me to do that. Skylar. How do you say that? Is it Skylar or is it Skiller? Or there we go. Let's pop that off and grab my crimpers. You want to know if the Galileo 2 will work with the EBB 2209. EBB 2209. What? Is that the SB 2209? How far are we from Burr? Probably next stream. We'll probably make it Burr next stream. Because we're basically mechanically done. I need to put the bed in, and I need to put the bottom panel on, that kind of stuff. But yeah, we can start a stream with basically powering it on and going through firmware configuration and stuff. I think that's the plan. And I will be kind of looking a little closer at the rest of what can be done next week. So I'm a little bit more prepared for that. This is going to be this style pin. about 30 degrees too high for burr. That, and I don't think I need anything else because I have the connector here. So if I start to plug these in, I can see the polarity here. So here and here, black. And I hope I don't have to repin this. I think this is already set up. I'm not going to be powering it on today anyway, so get this set up. Any STL files I need to update? The toolhead board. Well, the toolhead board, but the one that's meant for stealth burner. If it's stealth burner, then it should just bolt on. If it's the little EBB 36 style, then I don't know what's out there for bolting that on. But if it's the stealth burner version, it should bolt right to Galileo 2. Nothing to modify. Yeah, cable is the only thing, depending on what you're doing with your cable. Okay, so now that goes in, yep, black and red. Now this other wire is still hanging out here. I'm gonna let it continue to just kind of hang out. But I'm gonna cut it to exactly that end. I can always repin this stuff if I end up wanting to do anything with it. Where's my cutters? There they are. This is so close. So close. Cut that off, and then a little bit of the 5mm sleeving I think will tidy this up nicely. Do I want to go there or do I want to go all the way up? I think I'll just go to there. So this is just that long of this stuff. A note on your vendor would probably be a good start. There's a Discord as well. Yeah. I wanted to swap out my CW2 for the Galileo on this Cyborg build. Yes, Galileo is a nice extruder setup. You ought to be happy with it. It should work with what you said. That there. Okay, did anybody mention things that I might be forgetting that we could get done here in the next few minutes that would help us be ready to power this on next stream? What might I be? It's not a quiz. I'm just trying to think if I'm forgetting anything. There, that's pretty clean. Where did I put the zip ties? There they are. Placing the threads in plastic for M5 heat set inserts. On what? Tuxedo? I'm remodeling the top part of the stealth press and oh, okay, stealth press. Any reason to leave the bed off any longer, like for access to electronics? Access to electronics is basically it. That is a good point. That's precisely the kind of things I was trying to think of. I feel like I still want access to, we did thermal paste the water blocks, yep. Go. Little zip tie there to keep that from coming loose. Put one up here. I'll leave the bottom panel off, bed is fine. Yeah, the deck panel will stay off until we've got it moving and working. I don't even have spool holders printed, so some of the panel stuff we'll have to do. So then that can plug in, and then this can get tied wherever it ends up. I think that can probably go right here. Do something like that and just kind of tuck up through there. I don't have spool holders printed. There is no reason that we can't, let me flip this thing around. So speaking of the bed is quickly removable. So why don't we get the wires prepped so then I can just take it off. I don't remember seeing spool holders in the repo either now that you mention it. Let's just go, I guess here. The Wagos are here, but that's good enough. Let me grab the bed. Haven't seen this thing in a while, right? So we've got our full coverage with the little kinematic mounts, a thermal fuse. It's this guy right in here. Got all this. This goes there. It goes right there. Now this actually needs to flip around if that's just going to plug in. Hope it'll just plug in. So the thermal fuse won't plug in right there because they're pointing that way. So let's take this off and just flip this around. Thanks, Farouk. I don't know how to say your first name there. I hope Farouk is correct as well. So now I'm gonna try flipping this around and see if those will fit directly. Otherwise, we'll have to run some sort of wiring. There we go. Now these will reach right in there. So let's do that. And thermistor here, let's do this. Something we haven't done also is retram the bed, because I've had it, I didn't do it on camera, but I was working on the counterweights and I had to disconnect the belts on both sides. So I'm not guaranteed that I got them exactly the same. So I need to make sure. We'll have to drop it down onto some 1, 2, 3 blocks and see where it's at. But with the bed on there, the counterweights are doing their job. The bed's not sagging. So that's cool. That is really annoying, isn't it? This stuff At least it's just the small. Okay, let's see here. Let's take these, and these just plug right in. I don't think there's any reason to do anything other than just plug them in. So let's cut those right there. Yeah. Probably modify the width of the center groove to make assembly of the bearing stacks. Oh, you're talking about a different build. Times at 207. We have only got about a few more minutes here. We'll get the bed wired, and then it will be really down to just powering it up next stream. How's everything else going with folks? Any other questions or things you want to talk about for this little bit? I'm going to check to see if FedEx has any expectations of delivering that thing today. Nope. Still says it's in Tracy. Now it says before the end of day it's going to deliver. But want to actually catch a stream? Babies take work. Yes. Talking about the stealth press. Oh, yeah. Okay, that's there. And then this is basically, how does this go? Here to the thing. Actually, that goes there. That goes there. Okay. This can just, I don't know if I want to take this around or somewhere. Leave a little bit of length on this, just so I have some flexibility later. I think I will. I'm going to do something like that. Had parcels delivered late in the evening. Well, to be honest, them being late today is a good thing. If they would have delivered it in the middle of stream, it would have just sat on the porch for till the end of stream. So I'm not super sad. If it's still in Tracy and not out for delivery, expectable. Yeah, I agree. I can just have Ryan go grab it. V1 Engineering, Ryan at V1 Engineering. He's based in Tracy. I want to go check out his operations at some point. Just haven't reached out to see when we could do that. Have you ever? I've never. Knock on wood. I've not been a victim of porch pirates. Try to get this over this. Yeah, there we go. Get that over the fiberglass, cloth insulation, since it's freshly cut. Pretty much the perfect fit in there. Yep. Cool. And then these guys come off. Could have done the same with this, ran them a little longer, but oh well. Do you need people to answer my question on Discord? Under community builds, under military application of 3D printing to become a rapid prototyping and cost-effective solution for, you're gonna, so I think what you're doing sounds fun and stuff, but you're gonna might have a little bit of a hard time getting people to engage on that. I think it'd be more along the line of talking about what you're doing and what you're planning on doing and kind of moving along that path. And that might incite some discussions or suggestions, but starting from a clean sheet, you might have a little bit of a hard time. Tracy would almost be on the way to SAC for you. I know this Blackbox is a printer. What is your perspective on what makes this printer unique, and in comparison, what do you like about it detail-wise versus a Voron? Well, the tool changing setup is the idea that it uses only one. It only uses one extruder motor and couples with the tools, so that the tools only have 4 wires each is something unique on this, as well as the water-cooled dock and carriage, and then the relatively efficient footprint to number of tool heads to the print volume is interesting on this printer. It's about $600 worth of items between a couple of deliveries. Ooh. Okay, so that's that. Then I need some smaller. These two guys. Are these the last 2 crimps? I'm not going to say that too loud, because I'm sure we're going to find something else that needs crimped. Probably have something in the display, which is a good point. We can flip this around and put that display in. Okay, these guys go in. It just goes in there. That one goes in there. That's not the last 2 crimps, because I have the little thermal fuse crimps to do here. Now I'm going to look at it again. You pointed out things I overlooked. Oh, good. Okay. 2 more of these. Okay, so now these are, I'm going to kind of tuck over in the extrusion over here, only because of the interest of having a little longer path. That goes there. That goes there. That one goes there. And this one goes here. And the bed is now wired. Bed is wired. Bed is in place and wired. Let's go back. A little wider view here. I take it back. I've got a ground wire to do. I'll do the ground wire in between. May need to have a collective community forum to conceptualize this thought process. I'm opposed to using commercial or bamboo solutions. Okay, this thing is getting harder and harder to move. Okay, these are all just steppers that plug in. So the panel do, we've already put in the mount. I've got a back plate to put on here. And I think that's about it. Does this go, does that just go in there? Like that? I'm gonna assume that I don't need, this is gonna do something like that, I'm guessing. Let's look at, I think this is in the enclosure document. So did I have that? Yeah. There it is. There it is. Here's the panel due. Secure the print panel due, mount covering, route the panel due wires to exit this location. Yep, that's what I was just doing. There's nothing else that needs a wire into this, right? Install a 30, oh, we didn't install the 3010 blower fan. I'm told it's not really needed. But there are 2 M3x8s on this. Bingo burr, I'm tempted to build one of these or mod my boron for multi-head printing. Yeah, go for it. Do it. Where did my... So my plan is to tuck any extra wire I don't need up inside of the back of this enclosure here, so... Why are you not? That should go in there. Why it's doing that. Yeah, a little bit of warping in the print, I think. And my ultimate plan is to replace this with a, I may just put my, I have a Raspberry branded 7-inch touchscreen I may put in here instead. There are M3 T-nuts that go in here. Where are the M3 version? M3 big T-nuts. The M3 version, where are those? I'm not seeing. Ah, is that them? Yeah. Are those M3? Those don't look like M3. Those are M4. Those are M4. The other bag is the M3. There we go. Welcome home, Clown Hammer. I hope you weren't typing and driving. Okay, these guys go in here. This guy, this can just go. There we go. Get that up out of the way. It's there, and it's going to go about there and about there. And then it is M3 by 14s. M3 by 14. M3 by 14. M3 by 14, right there. Go back to all manual transmissions, and texting while driving will no longer be a thing. Life finds a way. And where does this thing plug in? Where does this thing plug in? Is that in the electronics thing? There is, wasn't it kind of a obvious spot? It plugs into here. It plugs into the IO0 here. So this guy is gonna go plug in right there, and then this is going to tuck the wires up in there. Listening while cussing at drivers. One, oh, what happened there? Oh, that just moved, okay. And we'll center that. I think it'll probably be easier to center this once the bottom panel is on. I'm not going to tighten those too much. I feel like these could probably use a little washer on there too. Yep, there's a crack. I was waiting for that. These could be, I'm going to see if these can be embeefined as well when I swap this out for a, for the other touchscreen. There it is. That is 99.9% assembled. Awesome. Awesome. That is where we are going to leave it today. Stream still going and see much progress. Oh, ton of progress. Static Puma. We are basically at a point where we're going to power it on and make it move next stream. After crack, just back it off a quarter turn. That's what I did. Time for a smoke test. No, it's not ready to turn on. I do need to check a couple of spots, and we need to probably re-image the pie. I think we imaged the pie at some point. But yeah, we will figure out. I will get a plan for next stream for finishing off the stuff. So build is almost ready to build stuff. Yep. We'll get a plan for next stream for the startup checks, pre-flight checks and stuff. We are at 4.5 hours. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Disconnect the water pump to make sure it doesn't dry. It's good call. Good call. I bought some distilled water. Yeah, I bought some distilled water, so we're ready for that. I didn't know everything on this, so once I get into something, I've thought that we would have the water cooling done like 2 streams ago. But I keep forgetting other things that really need to get done, and we've made good progress every stream and gotten a lot of stuff done. There's nothing that's taken really longer than it should have, but some of those away. Water cooled or propyl glycol. Right now it's just distilled water, I think I need to confirm that's the recommendation, but I picked some up. Lots of little pieces. Yeah, lots of little pieces. The controller, I mean, the whole electronics area was a project in and of itself. You can kind of see in here. Do I have a loop tester? No. I don't. What is a loop tester for the water cooling loop? What is involved in loop testing? Did a propylene glycol for my TIG welding torch? I would recommend to get one. What is a loop tester? Loop. Amari pressure. Loop current tester. Air pressure. It's just pressure tests the loop. Okay. Pressurized to a couple PSI, let it sit for a little while and confirm pressure didn't drop. If someone wants to send me a link to something, I'll look at it. Some way to pressurize the system with air to make sure it doesn't leak. Do that with PC water cooling. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Send me a Discord link. I did a quick search. I'm seeing resistance loop testing, and I'm searching for the wrong thing. So TC fan cooling PC pumps for a graphics card was what I used on my TIG torch. Better than having it leak onto the control board. Agreed. Agreed. For sure. When we do that, we'll probably also set some towels down or something as well. That small soft tubing and barb connectors, I wouldn't spend the $80 on the... Oh, is it going to be that much for a tester? If it gets to that point, I may just put some towels down underneath the potential leak spots and just run it for a while. We can, this is 12 volts. Yeah, this is 12 volts for the thing. We can hook this up. I've got a 12 volt power supply around here. We can always hook up a power supply directly to this pump. $38. I'll look. I will figure it out. I'll make a plan, but I appreciate the info that folks send me. So, towel and plastic bag is what I used. We can power on the loop without powering on any of the other things, and have a towel down just to keep things dry if we have to. So, never pressure tested any of my loops, but I know people do it. The towel method is how I've always done it. The pumps do not have reverse polarity protection, so be careful. Noted. Noted. Okay, well, thank you, everybody. Looks like I'm back to see the goodbye. Look, not just see the goodbye. We've got nearly done. Nearly done. I did screw up one of the water lines, so we found the link on McMaster. I'm going to order some. That is going to get it to me quickest as well for me to be able to do it in between streams. So, but yeah, it's looking good. So, can I get a link for the heat press? Ping me in Discord. I know you just joined there, Brent. Ping me there and I can send you a link, or someone will probably send it to you before I can even get to it. So, with that, thank you, everybody. Let's go back here. One snip short on tubing, yeah. But this was enough that would have been able to get to it. Thank you for all the new members, all the gifted memberships. Thanks to Polymaker for the filament giveaway, and thank you, Chris. Thank you, KB-TriaD, for enabling this build. We will be back here on Tuesday working on the Trident mod series, and I have done some prep for that. I'm ready to get the electronics bay well underway. So we are rating another stream. Thank you. So the end of this should be rating us into Bruno's stream, working on his stealth changer, tool changer build. So take care, everyone. Thanks again. Talk to you next time. Enjoy the build. Bye.